Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I'm running slightly late as usual as I am cleaning off a project on my workbench that apparently involves a leaf from a 4-leaf clover, only because I had to go outside and dust things. Oh no, I had to go outside and try to flush lubricant off with contact cleaner. Not sure I'm going to be able to save it because I broke a clip on it. Send floppy drives. All right. Let's see who we have in the chat, and I will deal with setting these aside in a moment. We have Eric's Edge, Trina's Technobabble, 1-Bit Fever Dreams. I don't know if I'm the one that needs to check the message on Discord, but I will check it if that's for me when I get a chance. Joe's Computer Museum. And yes. And also channel announcements. All right, so it is April 2, the month for celebrating Apple II computers. I had already scheduled this live stream when we came up with the names and concept. So yes, this is a Macintosh stream. Once you see the egret chip on my Performa 600 logic board, you'll probably see why I need to just do something about it. So yes, look forward to April 2 content on a channel near you. Also, go to april2.com if you're interested in participating. There's a style guide, there's graphics, and lots of fun. Retro Tech Chris is going to miss tonight, but I know he's having so much fun down in a lovely part of the country, so enjoy your vacation. And I don't know why the message just disappeared from my view, but yeah, Retro Tech Chris, enjoy your vacation. And let's see here. Yes, also, the April 2 now has a Mastodon at April 2, and that's the number 2 at bitbang.social, because social media platforms don't like square brackets in lots of things. There's also a Twitter account for April 2. It's at April 2 official, because someone already had April 2 and they haven't used their Twitter account in like forever. And forever is defined as like, I think they registered it in 2012 and they have 0 tweets. And they're like following like 2 people or something like that. I can't wait for Elon Musk to let the unused usernames free, because then we'll try to snag April 2 for Apple II enthusiasts. But until then, it's April 2 official. Yep, we'll catch up this weekend, Retro Tech Chris. Also, I have a coffee goal. I have no idea why the coffee goal looks so small on screen, but yeah, it's BCF East or bust. So, yeah. Hey, Garth, welcome. See, any other announcements? Let's see here. Well, it looks like it's going to storm tonight. Hopefully it doesn't affect my internet. Let's see. Yeah, I'll have some April 2 videos and live streams coming up. Yes, thanks for linking the April things, Trina. If you go to the April2 website, Trina, the link to the Mastodon account, which Steve, Mac84 Steve, approved for me. I think he went in and approved it because I pleaded on Discord. I'm like, could someone please approve this so I can get rolling with April2? And Steve was like, yep, I'm a mod. And I went in and approved it. So thanks to Steve for taking a moment to approve the April2 account out of sequence so that we could get rolling on social media. There's already a couple of videos on the official playlist, which is also linked. I think I've posted that. And we'll have lots of fun this month, even though we got a late start. Hey, we kind of got it launched on April 5th, which still leaves 25 days in the month to have Apple2 fun. So I think we're doing good. And Elon Musk, if you're watching, which I doubt, could you please let us use square brackets in display names and the description field so we can really do April2 justice? All right. Unheard plea done with. Shout out to anyone that actually can get Elon Musk to listen to a small YouTuber babble on about square brackets in display name fields. Yeah, all right, let me set this floppy drive to the side because it's not tonight's repair. I can't fix it tonight anyways because I cannot find my sewing machine oil. Which also means I'm not going to be able to do anything about the floppy drive in the Performa 600 because I think it was in worse shape than the one that I had on my workbench, which was just simply super dirty. All right. Oh, yes. Trina is correct. We did start April2 on her stream on Sunday. Which, Trina, if you look at my FAQ, I believe on the April2 or somewhere on the April2 website, I actually linked to the exact moment in your stream when we came up with April2. So, yes. All right. Also, I do know that I think Bruce scheduled a 2FX stream for 9 o'clock, and, well, I guess you watch whatever stream you want to, but I would certainly appreciate the view hours. So definitely, though, don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe so you don't miss out on April2 content. All right. Yes, and don't barbecue inside. That could be very dangerous. Random warning message from 1-Bit Fever Dreams. So welcome, Retro Techie. Glad you could make it to my stream. All right, so let me see if I can get this logic board out of here. Thing is, I've had this out once. This is like the least Mac-like case ever. Yeah. Well, Garth, the thing is, April2, it's like, it always get discussed, so, yeah. It was bound to happen at some point. It's just the right people were together at the right time on Trina's Sunday stream, and we started it. Quebec. Ooh, Quebec has lost power. That's not good. I had not seen that in the news. Probably because when I got home from work, I took the trash out like I have to do because I don't want to wake the neighbor's dogs, and then I was trying to catch up on YouTube videos because I didn't feel like watching the news after work. The 1998 ice storm all over again. Yes. Well, definitely, if you are without power, definitely make sure to run your generator the proper distance away from your house. Do not run it in your garage. Do not barbecue. inside your house. And yes. Joe apparently has some Apple III news, which is I was torn about adding Apple III to Apple II because it's not an Apple II. But yeah, I'm glad you found the chips that passed testing but short 5 volts to ground. That is very weird. Yeah, no, California had lots of power outages. Oh, there we go. I got the SCSI cable unplugged. So anyways, I guess what I've done, so here's the Daystar Turbo040, which has a 20 megahertz oscillator on it. That's weird. Well, maybe that means it's a 20 megahertz, because I know it's not 10 megahertz. Does that mean it's a 20 megahertz accelerator? Not. Okay, well, I haven't been able to test it yet because I have nothing working to plug it into, and the heatsink is glued onto it, so I can't even see if it's an LC version of the processor or if it has an FPU on it. Although the fact it has a heatsink on it probably means it's an XC 68040 and not an MC 68040. So, oh, hi, Roger. Welcome. Yeah, March should be changed to have 61 days and just do away with April. Well, for Macintosh projects, that would certainly help. Why in the world am I having so much trouble getting this case apart? By the way, I think whoever designed the 2VX case at Apple, I'm hoping they didn't receive like a award for this case style, because it's too PC-like. Oh, there we go. All right. Just trying to get, there we go. I'd already removed the screws, it's just fiddly to get it out. So, all right, let me set this to the side. We'll get to the CD-ROM drive later. I want to get to the logic board first because the logic board's egret chip is starting to look green. Pull harder, yeah. It's basically about the way these things come apart. Yeah, I hope whoever designed this case didn't get an award at Apple because it doesn't deserve an award. Although they probably did get some award for reducing the cost of a case by making it more PC-like, and thus more manufacturers might be willing to make it. I don't know. I don't even know how much RAM is in this computer. So, well, it's got NEC 424100s are the memory chips, so I don't know. Still, I'm still undecided whether they're 1 megabyte or 4 megabyte. Although that would seem pretty silly for someone to have an accelerator card in here and only have 4 megabytes of RAM, but, well, stranger things have happened. So, let's see here. Oh, hey, Rudy. Yes, happy April 2. The only reason I'm working on a Mac is because, well, it's kind of a holdover from Macintosh, because this thing needs recapped. Unfortunately, even if I get this recapped, I can't test it tonight because I still don't have the power supply sorted. Although, I guess if I get this in the CD-ROM drive recap tonight, then I suppose I'll probably pull the power supply back out and take a look inside of it and see if I can figure out what components I might need to order. I'm presuming I'm going to need to order something. So, anyways, all right. Oh, that's a lovely plastic clip that holds the logic board in. All right. Logic board is free. This is actually the first time I've had this removed. I guess at least there's one good thing about this metal case, though. It was more guaranteed to withstand the tests of time. All right, so let's take a look at the state of this logic board. So, yes. All right, so this is the Performa 600. Not to be confused with the 2VX, because I believe the 2VX would actually have SRAMs and tagrams installed here for a small level 1 cache. They are ostensibly absent from the Performa 600. Also, I believe if you look carefully, you can see where these two capacitors have left their mark. But at least these chips do appear to be in good state. There is no FPU, but that's probably because with the 68040, it doesn't support an FPU. So I'm not sure this is a sign that I have an FPU on the accelerator. There is the 68030 processor, and it runs at 32 megahertz, but it is on a 16 megahertz bus. So this computer actually benchmarks slower than well, the Performa 600 benchmarks slower than the 2VX in some cases. But the 2VX itself, well, it's also got that same processor limitation. So we've got there's the swim. Swim looks in good shape. I think this is it's a chip marked Arial. I think this might be the video chip. It kind of interestingly looks like the video chip on some of the LC computers. All right, we got the SCSI chip. It is an AM85C80. I think this is still just like one of the 1.5 megabit SCSI chips. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, if that's one of the faster ones. Yep, we'll recap this in a moment. I believe this is, this is marked DRAM. I believe this might be, that's right, this is the onboard RAM. I think this board has either 4 or 8 megabytes of onboard RAM. Plus, then you can upgrade it with the 4. That's right. So those actually might be 1 megabyte SIMs, because it looks like it might have 8 megabytes on board. So maybe they had 12 megabytes. Although I'm going to hold out that maybe it's got 24 whopping megabytes of RAM. So we've got ROMs on board. Looks like Apple thought they might put a ROM sim. So far, everything is looking good. So I think I'll get to the bad part in a moment. So I believe these are the bus transceivers, probably for new bus. Again, well, this part of the board doesn't really have any capacitors, so it looks good. No, I think those are just bus transceivers, because actually there's the new bus chip. And it looks good. And the new bus slot, so it's got 3 new bus slots and then a PDS slot. And then this is actually the part of the board where it kind of starts to look kind of bad. Oh, hey, Ryan. So, interestingly enough, on this board, Apple put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 tantalum capacitors in this area of the board, and 1 electrolytic. Oh, 2 electrolytics. Okay. And that is kind of made my egret chip here look just a little bit on the green side. So we'll have to clean that up and probably ultrasonically clean the board. And I'm hoping that it just comes off without legs falling off. I think all the other chips on the board though look good, but the egret is like the one that's would be really bad to lose because it's an Apple proprietary chip. Okay. It looks like that one there's got some green on it from these two capacitors. But I think these are 26LS30s. So these might actually be a non-proprietary chip. I'm wondering if these are maybe the serial chips. Anyways, yeah, this is the one that would be regretful to lose. And it's looking green. All right. I guess now that we've got the tour over, let's take a look at what is in the capacitor kit that I probably moved off my bench in some seeming stroke of genius, and now I'm going to realize I gotta go find where I moved it to. Nope, of course, I did that. I did move the capacitor. No. Oh, hold on. Hold, please. See, this is why I hardly ever like to clean up my workbench, because when I clean up my workbench, I move things, and then when I think that they're in place for a live stream, they're not. All right. Luckily, they didn't go far. All right. Oh, those are generic chips. All right. So, I ordered my capacitor kits from Console 5 because they just make it easy to order a capacitor kit for these computers. So, this one we'll pull out later if the logic board doesn't take too long, because I got the AppleCD 300. Those are all surface mount capacitors. So for this kit, it looks like, oh, I think this one's going to be easy, because it looks like we have two radials and 6 surface mount, and all the surface mount are the same value. Win. All right, that makes it easy. So yeah. And yeah, it looks like there's, so 4 of them are right here, and then the other 2 are down over here. So let me see here. So I guess in terms of putting some Captain tape to keep me from melting plastic, I think I probably want to put some on the side of this component, because I don't know if I'd manage to melt that or not. Also, I will apologize if I miss things in the chat. I'm actually streaming direct to YouTube, so the chat looks different than normal. Oh, hi, Thomas. Welcome. Let's see. This one, I guess I'll put some tape right here to protect the edge of these slots, and also probably over top of this chip to keep from, like, blowing it off the board, because that one's kind of close to the capacitor. These 2, I think I can get them off without having to put any tape down, because I think they're far enough away from anything that I'm afraid I'd dislodge. It's far enough away from that connector, I'm not too worried about it. And then for these 2, yeah, I'll just probably go ahead and put tape around here. Although it's really kind of these 2, the SCSI and the floppy connector, I'd be worried about. I think the power connector is far enough away that I don't think I'd risk it. And then for these through-hole radials, I'm not too worried about those melting plastic, because those I'll probably try to use Claris to remove those. Anyone try silicon putty instead of tape? I don't know. Trina's saying risk it for the brisket. Well, I don't see any briskets around here, so. Although I was watching a video, I think it was on Facebook earlier today, one of the reels that I fell for watching, reasons why you gotta stop at Buc-ee's if you're in Texas, or I guess wherever there's one. And the brisket sandwich made the list, so yeah, now I really want a brisket sandwich. Well, I mean, it probably would work. I mean, it'd be worth a try, because there are silicons that generally are more heat resistant, so I just don't have any silicon putty to try. All right, so that should protect those plastic parts there. Let's see, I think those are fine. I don't need to do anything there. So let me put a little tape. I know some people use like razor blades to shield plastic parts, but I'm such a klutz. I don't think I'd trust myself using razor blades to shield plastic parts. I'd be afraid I'd manage to save the plastic parts from melting and cut myself on the razor blade. So I'll just use Captain Tape. It works well enough. Oh yeah, also, I guess there was one other related channel news. I don't know if anyone saw Adrian's Digital Basement's last mini mail call, but well, I guess I'm infamous now. So, yeah, don't let it fool you that he initially says it's Jason from Virginia, because he misread the name on the label like he sometimes does. Also, fun fact, if I'm called something that's not my name, it usually is Jason. So, Adrian Black, if you're watching this, well, +1 for the when Justin gets called the wrong name, it's usually Jason. No worries, Adrian. But yeah, let's just say I sent Adrian an adapter and it destroyed one of his LS120 drives. But if you've ever wondered what an LS120 drive sounds like when it's running, or if you've ever wondered what's in an LS120 drive, then make sure you check out the mini mail call video. No, Joe, please do not call me Jason. It's if you know my name, it's less welcomed. It's usually the when people misread my name. Okay, so I guess I will start by getting the surface mount capacitors off. One, two, three, four. All right. So I'm just using some flux, and I'm using my Amtech flux just because I have just a little bit left in the tube. So I'm just going to go ahead and use it up. Interestingly enough, I don't usually get called JD if someone doesn't remember my name. Captain Morgan is one of my nicknames. And that has nothing to do with the beverage. And Retro Techie says that I thought your real name was Julian. To which I have to reply, I'm not even sure what your real name is, even after you gave me your real name, because I promptly forgot it. It's like Retro Techie ran a nebulizer through the mail, and I didn't even realize I was opening it. Also, I am getting a very fish-forward smell. Someone send me a pirate hat. Well, I guess if someone sent me a pirate hat, I would wear it. Yeah. Yes, if someone sent me a pirate hat, I would wear it. For a few minutes, at least. Then the flat cap comes back on. All right, I get the distinct impression this capacitor... Oh, I think it wanted to pop, but I'm actually still not convinced it won't like give me a delayed gratification on popping. All right, well, while I remove these 6 absolutely exciting capacitors that I just realized became off screen, I do have a new upgrade for my Apple IIe computer. Which I was not surprised that I think Adam might actually have it. But I apparently surprised Adam with the fact that this card had software that came with it. And apparently the software is not archived. So I will try to archive it, although the thing is I don't have an applesauce and you currently can't buy one, so I'll just have to give the Grease Weasel a try and hope the disk isn't copy protected. I mean, I don't think it is. And yeah, I'll do an April 2 video on it, because the cool thing was, it came in the original box, so, with all the original packing materials. I don't know that it's like a super rare card, but apparently no one's archived the disk, so that's interesting. There we go, 6 capacitors off. Yeah, let's clean those pads up. All right. All right, so before I put the new capacitors on, I'm going to try to give these capacitors just a little bit of clean. Oh, Trina, you cannot get an applesauce because of component shortages. The person who makes the applesauces can't get one or more of the components and has been told that it will be like later this year at the earliest. So you can't get an applesauce. There are no more to be had. I've been tempted to ask their Discord what the applesauce does that other devices can't do, but I wasn't sure that question would be welcomed. I think because honestly, I'm wondering if the applesauce really excels at the fact that it has the ability for an external speed sensor, so you could actually use it with Apple drives. Which I guess maybe for 400K and 800K disks you might have to do. Because I don't know if a PC drive mechanism can do the encoding mechanism on those. Which I think that's necessary if you've got a copy-protected Apple II disk. Because a lot of the copy protection schemes were relying on the timing of the disk drive. So, but I'm hoping that a Grease Weasel will be able to create an image of this one disk I have, because I don't see why it would be copy protected. Because it's not like it's a game disk, it's a utility disk that came with an upgrade card. And I don't think it's the type of upgrade card that they would have felt the need to copy protect the disk. Although I could be wrong. I might find out it's copy protected. Which, if that's the case, I'll just have to see if I can't find someone that I trust that has a applesauce. Because I would want the disk back. Well, Rudy, I guess my answer is I'm up for whatever you create. I know it's kind of a non-answer. I try to watch as many videos in my feed as I can. Which sometimes means I don't get to watch them all as soon as they come out, but and I also have to admit, I've been holding some of the Naboo videos until I actually get to the point where I have time to take a look at my Naboo, but I am going to start watching them because I do have a Naboo now. So I'd probably watch them both. Oh. Oh no, Rudy, we know your channel is about more than Naboo, that's for sure. So I'm just trying to get these two through-hole radio capacitors out, because I'm just gonna, I guess, desolder everything and then solder everything. And then do a little bit of scrubbing. So I won't be able to power this board up, though, unless I get to figure out the power supply, and it's something like stupidly simple that requires no replacement parts. Although something tells me I got a cooked resistor or a burnt out MOSFET in it, and that will require parts most likely. Unless that power supply happens to use the same MOSFET as the LC power supply, but I doubt that, because the LC power supply is rated for like 1/3 of the current. Although, I could be wrong. Maybe they oversized the MOSFET and the LC power supply, but I doubt it. It was pretty much stripped for cost. Although there might be more than one MOSFET in the power supply, I don't know. I didn't take the I haven't taken the heat shield off to see what's under it yet, but I know that's where the MOSFETs are. All right. All right. Good night, Rudy. Okay, those aren't coming off. Something tells me I'm going to have to resort to just other means, or let this sit for a little while longer. Okay, it is heating up. Yeah, I don't... Honestly, I think there's something wrong with the heater on that desoldering gun, and I don't think it's heating up to the right temperature, and I haven't had a chance to figure out how in the world you take it apart to replace the heater. Because the thing is, I think it comes with a replacement heater in the box, but absolutely no instructions on how you install it. And quite honestly, looking at how the thing's put together, I'm not really sure why they give you a replacement heater, because that gun for that desoldering station does not look like it was really designed to be taken apart. Kind of more seems to me that they give you the replacement heater so you feel okay that you might be able to repair it, but I don't really know that the thing's really meant to be disassembled to repair it. Although, you know, I guess there is that thing called the YouTube that I could search for a video to repair those. Well, there we go. Okay, I got one of the legs out of that capacitor. There we go. Got them both out. Let me see if I can get the via clean. I'll probably have to try from the other side too. Actually, I may have to add more solder to it and then... Oh yeah, that's... Oh, there we go. That might actually... Oh, that's interesting. There's a surface mount pad under that capacitor. I guess I knew Apple did do that for some boards. The option for a surface mount or through hole. Unfortunately, I don't think I've got surface mount capacitors of the same value to just replace that with something like a tantalum that would be not prone to leaking in the future. Although generally the radial capacitors are better sealed. And I'm just replacing these because I've got them in the kit, and I mean, they will eventually fail. They are 30-year-old capacitors. Hey, Will Jr. 880. All right. All right. All right. Round 2. Now, let's see if that'll... Oh, there we go. That actually wicked up. That might have done it. All right. All right. You know, I bet, now that I've got most of the solder out of that via, I bet my desoldering gun will probably work better. Also, because I think the soldering iron has preheated the board there. No, or not. Hold on, I'll... All right. I'll get it back into view. So I got, this via is clean. That via is clean. I can get a capacitor through it. This other via is not clean. I may have to, or is it clean? It may just be flux down in it now. Let me, okay, I may have to heat and push the capacitor leg through. Let me see if I can give it one more. One more go. I don't know what is up with this. Yeah. All right. There we go. Now that looks good. There we go. I got it out. It was just stubbornly old solder. All right. And sometimes that's just what you have to do. Add new solder and then try to remove it. All right, let me see if I can get this other capacitor out. Actually, I think I'm going to remove it from the other side. I think that's where the solder is that's holding it in. Let's try this. All right. Okay, so let me... Oh, actually, let me add a little bit more solder. Oh, actually, I'm going to do that from the underside. Yes, the thing is, these two capacitors are like, I think they're the main filter caps for two of the power rails, which means they're on fairly substantial voltage and ground planes that are, at least in the case of this capacitor, I think is in an inner layer of the board. And that wicks heat away. And also, I think the solder is oxidized somewhat, which just kind of makes it harder to remove. And normally Claire should be up to the task, but I guess I'm going to have to order parts for it at some point. That's one thing I put coffee tips towards is replacements for tools that help me make these live streams so that we can all learn. Although maybe sometime I'll just break down and buy the Hacko desoldering tool, because at least they actually seem to be repairable. Oh, there we go. That capacitor... Actually, I think that capacitor is... It was out on one side. Let me heat the... Let me see if I can... Actually, let me see if I can desolder it on the other side. Hey, Starbuck Tech. Well... Trying to remove some stubborn capacitors. All right. I guess I'm just going to have to go for the heat and gently remove approach. Oh, I think I know what the problem is. Let me try this a different way. I think the leg might be slightly bent on the bottom side of the board. Oh, yeah, that might be the whole problem. I think the leg was bent over on this side, so I'm going to try adding solder, removing the solder on this side, and then I'll see if I can't heat it up on the other side of the board and push that leg all the way through, because it is, yeah, I can actually feel it on this side. It was slightly bent on the underside of the board, which is preventing me from pulling it up, but I bet I can push it back through once I get the solder off of it that's holding it there. There we go. I bet I can heat it. There we go. In fact, I think it doesn't want to come out, of course. All right. Ceramic tweezers. Heat. There we go. Yep, and I see it. Yep. Okay, it's hard to see on camera that the leg is just like ever so slightly bent, which is why I couldn't, was having trouble pulling it through. But, all right, we got four good clean vias. So I should be able to put things back in. So this is going to be an easy recap. Let me see, these are, so the through-hole capacitors are 220 microfarad, 25 volt. I don't think I have any of that value as surface mount to just replace those with tantalums, as tantalizing as that might seem. Har, 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 har. All right. So I am going to put the replacement capacitors in. And to make identification easier, I am going to put them with the printed side up. That marks what value they are. So there's an arrow to the negative. There's the positive. So the arrow is pointing towards the negative. And there we go. Let's see if I can't. There we go. Pull the capacitor through. Looks like that'll be a very nice placement right there. And if I need to double check things, I can very easily read the reading. And actually that's staying in place pretty well. So let me go and do that for the other one. Positive is here. So the arrow needs to point that away. Turn it so that the writing is facing up. Kind of start the lead bending. There we go. Writing is face up. So now you can read that it's a 220 microfarad, 25 volts very easily. And these are 85 degrees C rated, which is the same as the originals. There we go. That looks like that's good. All right. So to help the solder flow, I will add some flux. I am going to bump my soldering iron up. I probably should have done this removing those capacitors. I just bumped it up to 800 degrees Fahrenheit just to give it a little extra heat for the fact that I'm soldering to some rather large ground planes. I am going to let the soldering iron dwell just a moment longer than I normally would to heat things up. And then I will there we go. I may have to apply solder on the other side too, because I think that solder might have wicked through. All right. Oh, hey, Jeremy. I'm just soldering some radial capacitors. Well, that hopefully didn't just trim those too close. I'm gonna check the other side to make sure the solder flowed through, because there really isn't much of a solder pad on the bottom of this board for 3 of those 4 legs. So I'm gonna check the other side, and yeah, that one's fine. I don't like the way these 3 here look, so I'm gonna flux and make sure that there's okay, I think that okay. All right. And one thing I can do, just to double check things, is after I unbury it, I can take my not a Kaiweets multimeter. And let's just see. Looking for... Yep, there's the ground. Okay, so that's got a good ground connection. That's got a good ground connection. Okay, that one's that positive, and... There we go. Okay, so I got good connections. All right. Just checking because there's really not much of a pad to solder to. Now, of course, everyone's probably wondering, did I need to replace those capacitors? That's an excellent question, which I've placed my component tester in a strategic location. In fact, someone would probably call it an undisclosed location. In fact, I think I forgot to tell myself where I put it. Wonderful. Oh, wait. Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. Luckily, I remembered where I moved it to last stream. All right, so let's... Oh, this may not work. Okay, well, I cut the lead on that one too short to fit in the meter. So let me see if I can bend this one to... 1, and I need to try to get that one into 2. All right, there we go. So I can test the one I didn't cut the lead on to get it out. Oh, hold on. I don't think I was making good contact. Nope, leads are too short. Okay, can't test it. I tried. Okay, well, I guess there's no time like the present to go ahead and get these tantalum caps. Now, unlike the through-hole the electrolytic capacitors that have the polarity mark pointing to negative, tantalum capacitors have the polarity mark pointing to positive. So these will go on with the stripe in the opposite polarity as those other surface mount capacitors. And I will just go ahead and probably go ahead and get these two trickiest ones here first. All right. Try to turn these right side up over to the side. So basically what I'm going to do is I will grab one of these tantalum caps. I will align it as neatly as I can with the pads and the silkscreen. Because I want this board to look kind of nice when I'm done. I guess because these are small, I'll try to zoom in just a little bit more. Whoop, that was too much zoom. There we go. Because for part of this, I can't really see I don't have a good vantage point from where I'm seated and where the board's located on the bench. But I will put a little solder on my soldering iron. I've already put flux on the board. I will solder one pad. There we go. I will do the same to the second capacitor. And then I will do the other pads. There we go. There's those. And now I will still kind of place just a little bit of downward pressure on the capacitor. And we'll come in. Well, actually, I think what I'll do is I'll solder the pad first, and there we go. I think that's soldered. Actually, I'm gonna turn the board so I can see them better just for one quick moment. Oh, I still have solder on my soldering iron. All right, there we go. I think these are the two trickiest ones for soldering because of the angle I got to put my soldering iron at and the plastic part locations. There we go. I just wanted to take a second pass at them. And, okay. That one looks pretty good. Actually, I think they're both... Okay, that one's maybe just a teeny tiny bit crooked, but I think they look pretty good. And looks like I did melt the SCSI connector just a little bit doing this capacitor, but overall, I think if I kind of do this number, just kind of get the, kind of take the sharp edge off of it a little bit. Well, the thing is, once I plug it back into the computer, you'll never see that because the SCSI cable will cover it. Guess what? Yay. Because there you go. SCSI cable will cover it. And it fits. So, okay. We're good. And I think the capacitors are on and they're soldered decently. So, okay, there we go. There's two of them. And I guess I'll go ahead and get... I'm just going to go ahead and do these in probably reverse order from removing them. Uh-oh. Joe's Apple III has a failed custom chip. That's not good. Yeah, Joe's Apple III suffered an incident. And it's kind of an incident on the, seemingly on the level of Star Trek VI, the undiscovered country where Praxis blows up. And, half the moon is gone. Because seemingly, Joe's marked red X's on half of the chips. Oh, it's a customer's. Oh, I thought this was yours. Oh, Joe, I thought you destroyed your Apple III. Okay. Well, Joe, it is beginning to sound like, given everything you found on that board, I think your customer's Apple III took a surge. And I think it took a power surge. I would, I would probably not put anything in their computer that you're not willing to cook. Because I think their computer took a power surge. Be it lightning, be it the power company, be it a failed power supply, their computer's taken a surge. It's killed over half the chips. If it's killed the custom chip, I think their computer is probably going to be a parts computer to save one that has broken plastic, assuming the plastic was in good shape. And I think their computer took a power surge of some sort. And yeah, I don't think I would trust the power supply that's in their computer. That would probably be my first suspicion, is that something failed on the AC to DC regulation side. And their voltages may be fine. Well, actually, it might just be it took a power surge from the line or lightning or something. Because I think I do remember you saying that the voltages were fine when you checked them. Oh, yeah. All right, and I got one more capacitor to install, and then I'll kind of do some cleaning on the board. Oh, well, that would be good. Oh yeah, you've got the, found a program that allows you to convert ROM images to GALs, so you can replace those weird custom ROMs with something else. That's pretty cool. Oh, okay, that sounds like Apple. GALs are too expensive. Oh, well, let's just replace them with these ROMs. ROMs are cheaper. Although I would have thought ROMs were more expensive. Or are these those, like, really weird, like, 256 byte ROMs? Whoa. Oh, that didn't do what I wanted it to do. Hold on. Oh yeah, I'm just sliding all over the place. Okay, I may have to do this one off camera because it's a really yeah, I'm going to have to do it off camera. It's too odd of an angle for me to get it on camera. Sorry. Oh, I guess I could zoom out. Yes, that'll work. Okay. Well, actually, I think it's still... There we go. Okay. It's not the biggest in the world, but at least I can reach it without too much trouble now. There we go. That looks... Oh, you could barely see what I'm doing. All right. Well, we'll 1024 by 4. Oh yeah, those are those really weird ROMs. Sounds like something Woz would have done. Oh wait, that is right. Woz would have still been with Apple when they did the Apple III. Okay, well, we've got capacitors on the board. There we go. One. There's one there. Got the positive correct. One here. Positive's correct. Two here. Positive's correct. And then two here. And then we got these through holes. So I'm going to... now brush my teeth. I mean, brush my logic board. Four out of 5 dentists might have recommended this toothbrush at one point, but 0 out of 0 dentists recommend using the toothbrush after cleaning a board with it. Actually, I'm pretty sure these were cheap store-brand toothbrushes, so I don't think they had a dentist's dentist approval claims on them. Although that does lead me to the question of how can dental products be the only product category where surveying 5 dentists out of all the dentists in the US be an acceptable survey number? Certainly that couldn't be a good cross-sectional representation of all the dentists in America. Although 5 out of 5 board repairers recommend brushing your egret chip until it is free of all contaminants. Because Apple's not making any more of them, and you don't want it to become a regret chip. Just ask my LC logic board. Yeah, Eric, it's a ratio, I know. I was joking. Well, actually, half joking. Because they could have paid 5 dentists for their opinion, and 4 of them said we approve. The 5th one was out playing golf and was unavailable for comment. Yeah. Yes, Eric. Glad you're here all week. All right. Well, the egret chip certainly looks better after a slight scrub. I think I got the green off of the legs. Well, I kind of like to look at one of the legs under the... I mean, I'm going to ultrasonically clean this board for sure, but I just thought I would give it a pre-clean. Especially because then, before I put it in the ultrasonic cleaner... Oh yeah, it would probably help if I... Well, actually, I got it closer to the egret chip than I thought I would. Okay, so there is still just a little bit of... Oh, that's why there's some... All right, hold on. Let me get the microscope adjusted so that the camera module is level. Yes, there is going to be some barrel distortion because of the way this is adapted to work. All right, where's the egret chip? There it is. All right, so there still does appear to be just a little bit of green left on it. That actually did clean up quite nicely, though. If anyone's wondering what a magnified brushing looks like. So I'm actually, I think, at 0. Oh, I'm at minimal magnification. Hey, Doc. Welcome. Oh, good one, Doc. Good one. Well, I'm just trying to make sure my egret chip doesn't turn into a regret chip. Yes, thank you. I'll be here all week. That was contact cleaner. I was just trying to see if maybe a different solvent might. It actually looks like the ultrasonic cleaner might get the rest of that green off the leg. But at least the good thing is the IC leg is, I believe, still attached. Yeah. Well, that kind of looks... Yeah, I've got joke stock. And I'm infamous now, too. I was telling everyone, I don't know if you subscribe to Adrian's Digital Basement, but I was on his, well, something I sent him was on his video yesterday. And I'm infamous now. I suspect if I send Adrian any other adapters, then he's probably going to think twice before using them. But I was telling a coworker about it. My coworker said, well, in your defense, he should have probably done a sanity check of his own before he plugged it in, because I thought it was the right adapter. Turns out it might have not been the right adapter. Okay, I'm going to put this in the ultrasonic cleaner. I think the leg is still attached. I think that green might just come off in the ultrasonic cleaner. It's going to have to be cleaned anyways. Just wanted to check the condition before I did. And in fact, actually, so we can... I guess so I can have a chance of finishing before the stream's over, I'll go ahead and toss this into the ultrasonic cleaner and let it go. All right, slight loud noise warning in 3, 2, 1. Yes, because it might be an ultrasonic cleaner, but it sure makes audible sonic noises too. Although I think while I'm actually have my back to it and where I've got my microphone placed, I don't think you all can really tell as much as I can that I've got it running in the background. So, all right. So anyways, that was the Performa 600 logic board. It's now recapped. It's in the ultrasonic cleaner. And now for the part of the Performa 600 that I've been dreading. Although I don't know why I've dreaded it. Garth Beagle has recapped a couple. He's got at least one video, if not two, on his channel where he's recapped them. It's the AppleCD 300. Because I guess when Sony made these for Apple, they thought that, oh, no one will ever be using these in 30 years. But after all, I might want to play Myst on it. Which actually, if I remember correctly from an article that Ars Technica did on the game Myst, it was designed for early CD-ROMs In fact, I think it was designed for a single-speed CD-ROM because the AppleCD 150 was the CD-ROM Apple had out at the time. And they did it so that when it needs to change scenes, it can change scenes within like 6 seconds. Because they did some research and it was thought that if something took longer than 6 seconds, people might think the computer was locked up. So all the games, the data the game uses and whatnot was all designed with it all being able to load at single speed within a 6-second window of you clicking something on the screen that needed to load a new graphic. And all the meanwhile, it's playing sounds and music, which takes some of their data allotment. But I think, if I remember the article correctly, that by the time they actually released it, that the AppleCD 300 was out, which certainly helped because then it didn't take near as long to load between scenes. But Myst was actually originally a Macintosh game. I think they might have eventually ported it to PC. But it was actually developed in HyperCard, if I'm not mistaken. Now, I think there's a bunch of 3D rendered scenes that they're all pre-rendered on the CD-ROM, and it's like they would draw scenes and had a render farm going, and all those would be rendering at night while they weren't doing development on all their development computers. Doc, wow. I've got you beat there. I think my first CD-ROM drive was a quad speed. Or maybe it was an 8-speed. And I actually bought into CD burning pretty early too. When double-speed CD burners became affordable, and by affordable I mean like I think they were like $300 for a double-speed recorder. Oh, you know, I'm not sure this. Oh, I can't remove that just yet. Okay, hold on. Trying to remove the faceplate, and there's a cable connecting it. You would think from me trying to disassemble this that I didn't actually watch a disassembly video, but the problem's a little more nuanced than that. Yeah, seriously. That would feel slow, Doc. Even I can't imagine quad speed now. And yet, I'm going to recap this 2-speed CD-ROM drive just because the computer would be incomplete without it. In fact, actually, if it says anything, I haven't had a chance to reveal everything I bought while thrifting with RetroTech Chris a couple weeks ago. Uh-oh. Joe's programming in C#. We're in trouble. Okay, well, I give myself a pause here because I realized I haven't shown everything I got while thrifting. But, so, at L&Y Electronics up in Woodbridge, Virginia, very cool place. If you're in the area, go pay a visit. They're not like computer reset level sized, so you're not going to want to make a trip to Woodbridge, Virginia just to go there. But if you happen to be in that area, you should probably stop in. They have everything seemingly. But I got CD caddies. So I got 2 of them. They had 2 on the, I found 2 and I grabbed them both and I made them a deal. So I didn't pay $5 each. I made them a deal for everything that I got. So I have caddies for this CD-ROM drive. In fact, these are probably, oh, they're made in Japan. Doc, the best stuff is made in Japan. I think these are vintage caddies. And they're still sealed, and I'm going to feel bad opening one of them. Well, actually, this one looks like it's been resealed. This one might actually be originally sealed. Or maybe it's the other way around. I don't know. I'll probably just open one. All right, back to the CD-ROM drive, because this is a caddy loading optical drive. If I can, oh, actually, I think I see why I can't get it apart. I have completely neglected to remove all of the screws. All right, so hopefully I will remember that those slightly longer screws go on the side with the barcode label. And if I don't remember, at least I'll know where to rewind in my live stream to remember. And the little teeny tiny screws hold the faceplate on. Because as someone figured out recently, that if you don't tell me to write it down, I might forget. So feels like there's something that's got to be removed still. Okay, no screws on the bottom. I got all the side screws off. Oh, maybe... Well, maybe Garth will be done with supper before I manage to destroy this thing trying to open it. Okay, I mean, I don't think there's any ribbon cables on this plate, so I think it's just a matter of... Oh, okay, maybe I see... Oh, okay, I think I see what I gotta remove. I think I gotta remove this back plastic piece. Well, oh, I think I might have broken one of the clips of this plastic piece. That's fine. It'll probably go back together well enough. Oh, there we go. But I think I got it loose. There we go. Yay, I got the metal plate off. All right. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, there we go. The front just... Oh. Well, that wasn't... Oh, good. Okay. There was a cable on the front faceplate that was attached. But luckily, it just pulled... It pulled cleanly out. I didn't break it. So, okay. Very good. Actually, the really cool thing is... about these drives is when there's a caddy loaded, the faceplate changes, so it says caddy loaded. So you insert the caddy, and the caddy loaded flips down. And then the act of ejecting the caddy causes the regular door to be able to flip back into place. Oh, don't worry, Eric. I'm not working on anything right now. I'm still trying to get it apart. The problem was I sometimes have to move it off screen to take things apart because I don't want to just like rip something. It should be on screen again now. All right, so here's the main board. I think it's attached by some cables. Oh, which I do need to remove. Well, Joe, there could be an opportunity here. You could always rewrite it in BASIC. Okay, then again, maybe that's probably a little bit silly of an idea. All right. These ribbon cables should just come off. And then 2 cables here. And, oh, sorry, Joe. I didn't realize that yeah, that is true. You do need to be able to understand it first. Oh, yay, this is going to be so much fun to recap. All right. Look at how close these 4 capacitors are to this ROM. Well, actually, I think that is flux, but that is, like, gross. Oh, yeah, this is definitely leaked, though. I was about to say, you know, this actually doesn't look like there's any leaking electrolyte on it. See these legs of electrolytic capacitors. Yeah. Yeah, that's gross. Yeah, there's definitely leakage there. Yeah. Oh, this is going to be fun. All right, so if anyone was thinking this wasn't a CD-ROM drive, there's the laser. I'm hoping there's no capacitors on this circuit board on the bottom. No, there's not. Okay, good. Well, that looks to be in good condition. I think if I recap it, it'll... Yeah, I'll probably remove the ROM from the socket. All right, well, let me set this mechanism to the side where it's out of the danger zone. I guess, yeah, I'll remove the ROM from the socket's probably a good idea. So this kit came with 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 capacitors. And I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, There's 9. Hold on. Oh, there we go. 10, 11, 12. Okay. Although I'll check the recapping kit because there's like three capacitors on this main board. No, there's more than 3 that look odd. But I think they're just different tantalums. All right. Yeah, it's kind of funny that the future gave us such awful technology. I mean, really? All they could give us was a double-speed CD-ROM drive? Joe has a working executable. Everyone, celebrate. Well, if I can get the ROM out. That's weird. Hold on. This ROM puller is supposed to pull the ROM out, not hold it hostage. Yeah, the perfect cover. Old tech from the future, no one would ever suspect it. Well, I guess it's good that AMD still exists in the future. I wonder if in the future you'll still be able to, actually, I wonder if in the future you'll be able to buy their flagship products at a reasonable price. Answer no, because obviously they sent us old technology from the future. All right, this is going to be fun with desoldering. All right, I removed the ROM. I'm still gonna have to put tape over the ROM socket. I might need a new roll of Captain tape after this. Well, actually, you know, if this was from the future, it would explain certain things from Star Trek, the original series, and the movies, such as how Scotty even knew what a keyboard was. Because maybe they still use, maybe they were using old keyboard tech while he was a cadet in Starfleet. How quick, yeah. Eric, I don't know that I feel comfortable using the decap method. Also, I'm going to have to apply heat to put the capacitors back on. Therefore, I'm still going to shield things that I don't want to melt with my soldering iron. I will give the decap method a try on some of the capacitors. So let's see, Joe has to create an adapter, read out a known good ROM, convert the binary to a JED, create another adapter and test. Well, yeah. And when Joe's done with all this, you can go to jcm-1.com and order the thingamajig or whatever he's working on. Assuming he hasn't, like, yeeted it to the sun over frustration with C# by then. Oh, Joe's going to bed now. Good night, Joe. I don't blame you. I think you've had enough excitement for one day over trying to get C# code to compile. Okay, so the following is a demonstration of something that can give you negative comments and thumbs downs on YouTube. But, you know, that's channel engagement. So if this is what I have to take to get channel engagement, I'll do it. But according to Joe, because I remember seeing him do this, you want to press down on the capacitor, and you want to get your side cutters like as close to the bottom of the cap as you can. And you probably want to kind of go slow because you're trying not to put any upward pressure on any part of the cap. And basically you're trying to separate the top of the capacitor from the bottom of the capacitor. And maybe I'm going just a bit too slow. There we go. I felt the capacitor give. And that's not, well, that actually didn't do what I wanted to do. I didn't want to rip the capacitor off the board. That's what I was afraid of. But it looks like the pad's still there. Okay. We'll try this again. Well, I wasn't able to get as far down on the capacitor as I wanted to on that one, so that's probably why it came off. All right. There we go. I think that's closer to what I wanted to do. Yeah. So then this should, there we go. So then you can get the little bits of the capacitor off. The kind of bottom plastic part should just kind of lift right off. And interesting. And that, wow. And that, yeah, that was off screen, yeah. Cut higher up on the cap in the middle. Okay. Well, This is kind of really tricky. Well, that kind of seems like I might have cut too high up. Need to cut the nubs of the posts down. Oh, there we go. I might actually... Hold on. I might actually... That one might actually be... Oh, there we go. Oh, I see. Okay. And then theoretically, this plastic piece should come right off. There we go. That's more like it. Okay, so far, have not damaged any pads. Yeah, these are pretty tight. Black pad part might need to be broken off. Actually, I think for this one here, I don't think I could get my side cutters in there. I don't think I want to blast it with heat because there's too much plastic. So let me... I'm going to... Oh, that's probably not going to work. No. That did not. That's not going to work. Okay. Hold on. All right, I guess I'm going to have to, cut it. There we go. If at first you don't succeed, use something else to hold it down in place. There we go. Well, I got those capacitors off. There's 4. I guess these ones I'll just go ahead and cut at an angle, just go slow. Yeah, all right. Well, I guess I'll just continue this. This is actually working pretty good on this board. Except I don't want to cut the resonator. Thank you, Eric. I learned from the best. Wow. These are like really nasty bad capacitors. I should also probably go turn the logic board over and restart its ultrasonic cleans, or start another cycle on the other side of the board so we can take a look at what it looks like before the stream ends. There we go. Oh. Actually, I think these pins are... There we go. That one's out. Yeah, let me go flip the board over here real quick. Or at least check it. If the one that doesn't look done yet, I'll put it in for another... Actually, I'm going to turn it 180 degrees and give it another 20 minutes on the one side. Okay. Oh, okay. I see, Eric. Squeeze it round and then it'll come off easier. Okay, yeah, okay, and then or in that case, it'll just come off. Yeah, these are like... There we go. Yeah, these are like really leaky. And it's like a different, seemingly a different electrolyte than the ones that Apple used on their logic boards. Because this electrolyte that's leaked looks more like the electrolyte that I saw on the like PCs of the like 2004-ish era. Because it's more of a brown electrolyte than a clear electrolyte. I'm sure the doc will know exactly what I'm talking about. He probably remembers seeing at least one or two of those PCs. All right, so I'll clean up these pads here. So for that, I'm just going to probably add more solder and then, well, no, actually, I'll just see if I can't get the pin off. Oh, I'm not saying that this won't smell fishy, but it probably will, but the electrolyte looks like it was different too. A different formulation. There we go. Yep. I'll watch for those leg bits. Thanks, Doc. Maybe someday I'll get this computer to work. Did I name this copper strip John? I might have to nickname it John. No, I won't nickname it John. I got an uncle named John. Oh, there we go. And yeah, sometimes if old solder doesn't want to desolder, add a little new solder. Yes, you are on fire, Doc. In fact, one of these days I'll catch your next stream. I'm sure Twitch will remind me that I've been one of your channel subscribers for what is it, 18 months now, probably? Something like that. So yes, for anyone that is wondering why in the world I'm calling Alexander Doc, it's because he's Game Doc 04 on Twitch. So he's the Doc. Also, I think he is a doc. Although not medical, but I'm sure could clarify in the chat if he wishes what doctorate it actually is. So computer science or something like that. But yeah, he's Game Doc 04 on Twitch. That's why I'm calling him Doc, if anyone's wondering. Is it possible to recycle wick? Oh. That is a really good question, Doc. I have not heard of such a thing, but that would actually be really cool. Because not only would that allow you to reclaim the copper, but you could also reclaim the lead that was in it too, and at least make sure the lead was disposed of properly. I know, yeah, wick does leave a mess. I do sure wish you could recycle it. That is, I may have to look into that. Because I don't know, maybe it might count as a mixed metal at the scrapyard, although it's certainly not heavy enough to... mean, it's going to take you a while to even get a pound of it, but yeah, I sure wish you could recycle it, because I mean, even if it got recycled to make new solder wick. Although I could tell you where you could post your questions like that. There is a forum called Tinker Different. And I think there might be at least one of the sections of the forum where maybe someone might know, and maybe in some parts of the world you might even be able to recycle it. So to be clear, to make sure people heard what I was trying to say, so it's like Apple's Think Different, but it's for like people that tinker with things, and it's not just necessarily computers. So you can go check that out, and while you're there, check out some of the other cool projects, and I'm saying that because I am well, if you go look at my forum profile, you'll see that I'm actually one of the board members of the forum. I'm the board member, I guess the director of, what? Oh, I can't even, it sounds like a really fancy name. It's why I can't ever remember which one I am. I'm like the director of policies, basically. So I guess I'm the person that makes sure that all the policies for the forum are like working out, and rewrite them if we figure out that the wording could be more clear, or hopefully not, because we need to add yet another one of those forum rules, such as like the old city laws is like you can't walk your llama on Main Street after 2 p.m. on a Sunday, or something like that. Well, hey, Chris, welcome back. I'm the Performa 600 logic board it's in the ultrasonic cleaner, and I'm trying to remove capacitor legs from the CD-ROM drive's logic main board without melting plastic. So, yes, oh, and thank you, RetroTech Chris. I know you're on vacation this week, but you still took a moment to create a playlist for April 2, so thank you for doing that. Of course, I know you're like the automated playlist wizard, and it probably just changed a few lines in a script, and boom, we have a new automated playlist. All right. Yes. Yes, and if you check out the April, yeah, you'll probably notice that I drew the logo. Yeah, I know, we're going to have to chat because my plans for next week are still in limbo. This week is not going the way I thought it would. Anyways. Oh, yeah, let me, so I'm just trying to get this old flux off the board. It's like really, yeah, actually, I didn't misspoke. I think there actually is old flux on this board and then electrolyte. And then, of course, the tacky flux I used to remove the capacitor legs. I'll probably so I guess seeing it we're at 10:30, now's as good a time as any to plug my coffee page. Link should be in the description, unless someone notices that it's not. Yeah. All right. So I'm currently, well, a ways to go for my goal for the, what's actually not really month. All right. Now let me let the isopropyl alcohol dry because I won't be able to solder with that. Actually, I'm probably going to have to clean some of these pads again, but you know, they're not too bad. Looks like they're all intact. Now this pad here I don't think had a capacitor on it. And I'll have to pull up the capacitor guide to make sure I don't put a capacitor where there wasn't one, because then I'll be short a capacitor. That wouldn't be cool. I'm also running low on paper towels, so yeah, they are clean. Considering what they looked like before, which if anyone doesn't believe that they're clean, just go rewind the stream, and I think you'll see that they were pretty bad before, and they cleaned up quite nicely. So I guess the good thing is this board wasn't too bad, because I know Garth was telling me that he's had some where the damage from the leakage was pretty extensive. I think this one was localized leakage that hadn't had a chance to, like, really start to degrade the board. Oh, yeah. I do know when I flipped the board over, it looked like it was still attached. So however, that was visual observation without magnification. Because the thing is, that egret chip looked Oh, wait. I was about to make an unfair comparison. I was about to say it looked better than the one... No, actually, no. I wasn't. I've got two LC boards. I was about to get them mixed up. No. Hold on. Strike that. Yeah, the one where... The one LC board that I have where the leg became detached, I actually did not see it before it got recapped because the board came from Garth. So actually, I can't say if the egret chip on this board looks better than that one. But I do know that based on that board, the electrolyte cannon will eventually eat through those legs if you leave it on long enough. Yeah, I got a couple pads I still need to clean. But I was just trying to get the electrolyte off the electrolyte and old flux off the board so that I could actually see which ones are clean and which ones aren't. So it looks like I still need to clean that one, because it looks like I got something on it still. Actually, I'll probably do a once over on all of them. I'll flux them up again and put some new solder on them and then wick it off, just to make sure they're clean. But at least it looks like this board... Looks like I probably saved this board before it really started eating away at it. And yeah, if anyone's wondering, did Sony make this? Yeah, they made a lot of this, in fact. And while there are other chips on it from other... Actually, it seems like all these chips are Japanese, which doesn't surprise me. But yeah, a lot of the main ICs are Sony ICs, so that doesn't surprise me one bit. But yeah, Sony made these drives for Apple. In fact, actually, if you look on the drive itself has a Sony label on it with a... I think it's got a Sony label on it with an Apple logo. Actually, you know, does it have an Apple logo? No, it doesn't have an Apple logo on it. It's almost like Apple didn't want their logo on it for some reason. But yeah, it's a Sony mechanism. And actually, there is not an Apple logo on it. Weird. Because normally Apple had Apple logos put on it. I mean, the ROM did say Apple, but... The outside did not. All right. Well, for anyone that wasn't sure if I'd get every last drop of flux out of that container, yeah, it's all gone. I used it all up. But don't worry, I've got Chip Quick. At least I had the forethought of getting Chip Quick flux while I was at Micro Center. And yes, Doc, if you're wondering, I checked while I was at Micro Center to see if they had Raspberry Pis, and the answer was no. I did grab a Raspberry Pi Pico while I was at Micro Center, though. Granted, those are a lot easier to get a hold of these days. Yeah, Doc says, I will squeeze my toothpaste tube with the force of 1,000 black holes to get that last gram out. Yeah, I know. Seriously. As much as that toothpaste costs these days, yeah. Especially when you use sensitive teeth toothpaste. Yeah, yeah, Chris is, yeah. Yeah, I went to Micro Center with Chris, and yeah, we looked all over for those Raspberry Pis. We did decide against asking the employees if they had Raspberry Pis because we we figured they'd been asked that enough times already that day that we were totally fine with just doing our own visual observation, and we did find where on the shelf they would have been, and that spot of the shelf was empty, so. Oh, okay, maybe we did ask one employee, yeah. Okay, that's right, we did run into one. I think the response probably could have been something like, is there anything else that's been hard to get that you would like? Maybe an RTX 4090 titanium, a McLaren F1. So basically what I'm doing is just trying to get these pads clean. So I put fresh solder on, and I'm just trying to use the solder braid more or less just to remove the solder. I am gently, and I emphasize gently, rubbing it back and forth on the pad, and there is flux on the pad too. But yeah, you don't want to go too rough, because otherwise you'll probably find the pad that's close to being lifted. I'm more or less just letting the flux and the wick and the fresh solder that I put down do its job to get the pads clean. Just trying to get any of the electrolyte off, because it is corrosive. Any of the last bits of the leg that might still be here. I mean, I know 2-speed CD-ROM drives are going to be so slow. I was about to say, I think dial-up internet was faster, but then I realized, no, dial-up faster, I think, was slower. I was like, there's not many things I can think of that I've used that are slower than a 2-speed CD-ROM. But yeah, dial-up internet would be one of them. USB 1 is faster than a 2-speed CD-ROM, or at least theoretically. There we go. Yeah, I think these will be good. Now there are like 3 capacitors on the board that's on the front faceplate. I'll get those separately. I'll get this board done. Okay, there we go. Single speed CD-ROM. Yes, thanks, Eric. Yes, a single speed CD-ROM would be slower than a 2-speed CD-ROM. Yes. All right. I think that looks good. I think I actually, one thing I am going to do is pull up the capacitor list, because I don't want to accidentally put a cap on that one pad that didn't have a cap on it to begin with. I'll go flip my board over. There we go. Looks like Bruce has a... There we go. I'll put this in the chat for anyone that's playing along at home. If I can actually find the... There we go. And Bruce's guide has a nice picture. Here we go. Yep. All right. So in this capacitor kit for this drive... Oh, let me go flip the board over here real quick, because I know everyone wants to see if that chip survived, and in order to answer that question, I do need to let it completely run through the ultrasonic cleaner. And so far, it does look like it survived. I think this side of the board's clean. All right. Let me clean the underside just to... So if I'm going to clean the board, I might as well clean the other side, because it probably got flux on the underside. Oh, Eric has written the slowest physics game ever in HyperCard. That's great. So it's not going to be like that Pool Shark game that Chris was playing that had like super realistic physics, and I say that very loosely because the physics were anything but realistic. I'm just trying to check the values of these capacitors under my microscope, and challenge 1 is going to be to find the N6C. Yeah, okay, these should be the 10 microfarad. There's 2 of them. And then I think these are going to be the 47s. Yep, those are clearly 47s. I can read the print. Yep, 47s. And then these here should be 100s. Yep, they're 100s. All right. Oh, it's somewhat realistic, which is why it's so slow. Okay, now to make compromises, yes. Okay, so I think I'm going to put these on. All right, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get these ones here first. Because if I get these first, then I have to install these two and these three. Because then of the other capacitors for this board, part of them don't go on this board, they go on the other board that's in the drive. So I just want to go ahead and install the two sizes where I'm going to use all of the capacitors in the reel, or well, the cut reel that they came on. And I'm going to start with these tiny capacitors because they're so small, they kind of intimidate me, so. Also, unlike Apple's boards, this board is not really, oh, okay, it is marked, but it's not marked with a plus and minus. It's marked with a notch. Okay. So these are tantalums, which means the stripe goes towards the positive. And on this board, I think the positive is denoted by the, if you see how there's one side of the silk screen that's, I guess, notched. So that's the positive side. So anyways, let me line the capacitor up. It's got flux on it. Just use a little bit of solder. And let me double check that the I'm pretty sure I got the stripe on the right side. It's hard to see. I'll double check it. And then I think I got enough solder on my soldering iron to just get this side here. Actually, maybe I don't. And there we go. Okay, that looks good. We get this other tiny capacitor. There's the stripe. Oh, already got flux on the board. There we go. Well, it's not quite as... I think that'll do. Okay, there we go. I think those two caps are in. Let me get these other three, which actually are going to be this one and then these two. That one, there, and there. The one pad that I did not put flux on is not populated. It was not populated, and I guess was a spare pad that Sony put there in case they needed it. It could be for functionality this drive didn't have. It could be because they thought they might need an extra filter cap during design, and they realized they didn't. Could be because they thought they might have needed it, but that was like the only thing left they needed to determine, so they put it on the board, and while validating those boards, realized, nope, we don't need it, so it never got put on in production. I mean, many reasons why there's an empty pad. Right, so got that. Now the other leg is going to be a bit trickier to get to. So there's a capacitor right there. But I think I got it. Yep, that looks soldered. Excellent. Yeah, Eric, that's like the one thing I always thought about HyperCard. They call it HyperCard. They call it HyperTalk as the language, but it wasn't fast. It was slow. But I guess the product name Slouch Card and the language name Slouch Talk kind of didn't do well in product marketing testing, so I guess they had to call it HyperCard. Oh, yeah. Oh, I've done HyperCard before, Eric. I remember, yes. It's interpreted. And it is a very verbose syntax. It's pretty, yeah, it takes time to parse. And in fact, actually is, of course, I guess AppleScript is pretty verbose too. All right, so we got those caps on. How do I know which side is plus on the silk screen? Well, so if you'll notice on this one where there's no cap populated, there's like a angled side. That's the positive side. And I'm basing that on Bruce's recapping guide. because I forgot to actually pay attention while I was removing the caps. All right, now before I do the other side of this board, I'm going to try to clean this flux off, especially on these two little caps. I just want to make sure I put them on in the right way. I guess I'll have to use my toothbrush. Yes, according to Bruce's recapping guide, the cut corner side is the positive side. Which, since that probably means Bruce has recapped at least one of them since he has a recapping guide, I think I can trust it. Just trying to make sure I put the stripe. Yep, stripe and stripe. No? Yeah, okay. Put those on right. All right, let's get these four here. Oh, good. I'm doing good time on this, so I'll probably be able to get this drive finished. Don't know that I'll be able to take a look at the power supply, but at least if I can get this drive recapped so I can put these boards in the ultrasonic cleaner. All right. So for these, I am going to I think I'll start with these two here. Because they intimidate me. Just because of the ROM socket there. And then I will realize that it seems like I melted plastic somewhere. Don't know where yet. I don't see melted plastic. All right, there's one. Oh, and you know, I think I just realized I should have put this other one on. Oh, you know, maybe it didn't really matter because I think I was going to have trouble getting them on anyways. Okay. Oh, well, that's weird. All right, so got that one on. Might have been slightly off screen. It's just a little bit crooked. I think there might still be some of that old electrolyte on this board because I don't know. Well, I seem to have got that soldered. All right, 2 more. And I have 2 more capacitors and and I've bumped one of them. Great. Yeah, those 2, I could definitely tell were the hardest. I think Garth even mentioned that. Those were the hardest. There's that. Yeah, these 2 are way easier in comparison. And then I gotta find where that last one went. I bumped it, and it's probably... I didn't even hear it fall, so hold on one moment while I try to locate the capacitor that I bumped. Well, with the ultrasonic cleaner running, I'd have probably never heard it if it fell. It's probably on the floor. Could be. Oh, is that it right there? No. Hold please. Well, I'll try to find the surface mount cap that I can't see. Because I don't have enough if I lost it. All right. Well, let me see if I can find my flashlight, which I haven't been able to find for weeks. All right, fine, I'll pull my phone out at the risk of getting screen smudged and then forgetting to clean it. All right, hold please while I try to find the... Oh, is that it? There we go. Yes, I found it. My UPS, it fell right beside my uninterruptible power supply. So apparently not even a falling capacitor interrupted it. Excellent. You know, I think my soldering iron tip might be on its last legs. I don't know. Either that or this board is still has old flux on it. Oh, I'm probably off camera. Sorry about that. Yeah, because every time I solder, there we go. All right, I think those are replaced. So I guess I'll put this board in the ultrasonic cleaner to clean off the flux and whatnot. These have a bunch of what looks like potentiometers. I don't know that I really want to. Well, I don't know that I really want to put that in the ultrasonic cleaner, but then again, I think it should be fine. I just will need to make sure it's dry as always. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in the ultrasonic cleaner because it's got some really hard to clean factory flux on it. Which, or I think it's factory flux. I mean, it could be electrolyte. It looks like things are in good shape, though. Okay. Some of those capacitors aren't the straightest, but they're all soldered. I guess the most crooked ones are the ones by the ROM socket. All the others are pretty good. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay, well, I guess I'll put this in the ultrasonic cleaner. I'll pull the Performa 600 logic board out. Actually, I'm gonna go and be right back because I'm gonna rinse the Performa logic board. So I'll be back in a few minutes after I rinse it off since it's been in the ultrasonic cleaner. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, good night, Eric. And I'm back, and because I knew this was going to be on everyone's mind, did the legs stay attached? And it does seem to be there, although not as shiny as it's. Okay, the board is not exactly level where I've got it, but I believe it's still attached. All right, we'll talk to you later, Chris. Okay, so it does appear as if the leg remained attached. Obviously, remaining attached and actually works when I power it on are two different things. I'll have to let this board, actually, I was about to say I might set this board outside tomorrow to let it dry, but then I realized they're calling for rain tomorrow, so that wouldn't help. So I guess I'll use my oven method to dry it. Okay, let me set this board to the side where it can at least drip and be somewhere where I won't knock it over by accident. But will also be someplace where I'll remember to take it upstairs. So I think right there's a good spot. All right. Oh, and I forgot to start the ultrasonic cleaner with the CD-ROM board in it. All right. Let me see if I can't get this little board here out. Actually, first, I guess let me... All right, I guess I'm gonna need to get paper towels as well. All right. Lots of things that I'm running out of. I mean, I think I got a roll of generic paper towels upstairs, but they don't work that great for drying boards or wiping up messes or even drying hands. They're awful. All right, at least now I think I can now at least get this. Oh, it would help if I switched camera angles. There we go. Don't worry, all you missed was me wiping up a mess where I tried to clean flux off that CD-ROM board with isopropyl alcohol. Now, this board, I don't know if I'm going to put it through the ultrasonic cleaner. Seems a bit more delicate of a board. All right. There we go. Okay, so this board has the other 300 microfarad capacitors. And yep, they've leaked. So this is the headphone board. All right, so I guess let me first take these capacitors off. I guess I might as well, because there is a lot of plastic on this board. enough plastic that I think even if I put Captain tape down, I'd still risk melting plastic. All right. So there's one, one, two, three. And there, and there. All right, so got the capacitors off. Let me clean up the pads. I think for this, all right, add flux. I'll add a generous amount. I'm going to add solder. I'm going to smell fish. All right, and now I'm going to reverse. And okay, so those pads, I'm going to give them another clean round. These pads are, yeah, this one down here is the worst of them. I might have to give it another cleaning round. Right, there's that. All right, let me, so what I'm going to do now is clean the board. I'll get this other side of the board. Guess I'll just go ahead and clean this factory flux off. All right, let me let that dry for a moment, and then I'll put the last 3 caps on, and I'm out of, oh. I have just enough paper towel to wipe that up. Okay. And the last 3 caps. This kind of seems weird to me that this little board has 300 microfarad caps all to its own, but then again, it is the headphone board, so I think the headphone amplifier circuit's there on the board. Which would make sense that there would be 300 microfarad capacitors if there was an audio amplifier on the board. All right, so let's go ahead and turn these resistors. I think what I'm going to do is I think I'll get them all on one side, and then I'll come back and turn the board around to get the other side. Okay, 1. 2. And well, okay, there's something that keeps all right, let me try this again. I don't know if it's like flux residues or something, but there's something that keeps like burning on this board. Maybe that's just solder mask is cheap? I don't know. Not totally convinced it's not maybe some coating on these capacitors. Well, that one is kind of not quite aligned the way I want it to. There we go. That's a little better. There we go. There's one. There's two. And three. Excellent. Yeah, I probably will put this board through the ultrasonic cleaner, and then I'll just make sure I put the deoxit fader on this potentiometer. Otherwise, I don't think I'm going to be able to get it really good and clean. Anyways, there we go. 3 new caps. 3 little new caps. All right, well, that's good. Well, it's 11:30. I guess let me do a little cleanup here. I don't see any activity on the chat. I realize that I know Bruce scheduled a stream for 9 p.m. Eastern. Of course, I'd already had mine scheduled, which is why I decided I would continue. I don't know if there's still anyone watching my stream. Folks might be watching both streams. Hi, Bruce. Unfortunately, the one thing I don't like about streaming directly with OBS, which actually tonight I've been directly streaming to YouTube with OBS, which seems to be working better. I haven't gotten any weird like bandwidth warnings or bitrate warnings or audio rate warnings or anything, so that's good. Just trying to clean up all the bits of capacitor. The only thing I don't like about the capacitor cut method is now, instead of having like a discrete number of whole capacitors, I have a whole bunch of little itty-bitty bits of capacitors. Alright, well. Alright, let me see if I can't find okay. Trying to see if I can find a little bag to put the screws in from the CD-ROM drive. And I found one. It's not a completely empty bag, but the one item in it will not get confused for CD-ROM screws. Okay. All right. I just want to kind of try to get, before I grab, because I'm going to get the power supply and put it on the bench, take a look at it. Yeah. Yep. From what I see, I'm actually streaming through OBS. I think to finish the thought I had a minute or two ago. So I've got the chat. OBS has a chat window up for me, but I don't like have the YouTube console open, so I don't even know if anyone's watching right now because I don't have the YouTube console open. I do see that I've been. I think OBS has been in the green all night, so that's good. But I could actually have 0 viewers right now, and I can't tell because I can't see the chat. Or, well, I can't see YouTube Studio. So maybe if someone's still out there, say hi. Or at least click the like button and, or smash that like button and subscribe so you don't miss when I inevitably give this Performa 600 a full test, complete with hopefully working CD-ROM drive, and recapped logic board. Oh, good. Someone's still out there. Ah, Will. All right, you're still there. That's good to know. That someone's still out there watching. All right, I'm waiting for the ultrasonic cleaner to kick off so I can throw this board in it and turn the other board over. There we go. All right, so let's see. Well, that actually looks pretty good on this side. Yeah, I guess the rework side on the main board that I put in the ultrasonic cleaner, it looks pretty good after one cycle. So I guess we'll let it go with one cycle. This other little board. There we go. And okay. So I guess what I'll do, because I kind of need to try to figure out what components I might need to order for this power supply. Which to do that, I need to open it back up. I guess for the last few minutes, oh, good. Oh, Will, sorry to hear you have COVID. Well, I'm glad you're sticking around to watch, even if you are dozing in and out of sleep. Glad you're here. YouTube doesn't know. It still sees you watching, so. I still get the watch hours even if you're dozing in and out of sleep. So there's that, but yeah, hope you get to feeling better soon. All right, let's open this power supply up again. So, yeah, glad there's still a few of you watching. I'll go till 12. After then, well, that's about all I'm going to do tonight. Now, the one thing is, I don't know that I'm going to stream next week. Because, unfortunately, I'm still not able to commit to going to VCF East. The thing is, if I am able to go to VCF East, I probably will not be able to stream next week because the timing would be questionable. So actually, the thing is, if you see me schedule a stream for next week, that might actually mean bad news. At least in terms of me going to VCF East. So yeah, we'll see. I can't commit yet, which I hate to not be able to commit a week out, but I can't. So, anyways, yeah. So if I stream next week, it probably means well, if I stream next week and I'm in my basement, then that probably tells you how my weekend plans for next weekend ended up. I mean, it's always possible I might be able to stream next week, but I won't be in my basement if I'm going to VCF East. I don't know. I haven't quite looked at the calendar that far out yet. So, anyways, all right. If I can remember how this power supply comes apart. There we go. All right. Got the... Oh, hold on. All right, I just realized I set the CD-ROM mechanism. I set it in a safe spot, but I set it laser pointing up, which I'd realized is, depending on how long I have it disassembled, is maybe not the best orientation in terms of getting dust in it. Okay, so this power supply has been off for a week now, so... Although, I guess, just in case, I'm going to... Yeah, that being said, I'm still going to go ahead and just... Since I don't know what the failure mode of this power supply is, I'm going to just really quickly measure the main caps on it just to make sure they've discharged. I'm pretty sure they would have discharged by now, but I'm not going to assume that because it is high voltage DC in those caps, and that could pack a punch. Because it is always possible that the power supply's failure mode is such that it wasn't able to discharge. I'm also moving a few things on my bench just because I don't like where I set them. Well, I guess that's going to have to do for those items. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're discharged. Good question, Will. It depends. Some employers, like, give Good Friday off. Some employers do what they call, like, a floating holiday, where you can choose which holiday you want to get off, and my employer does that. It's a floating holiday. So I could take tomorrow off if I wanted to. And actually, I usually do take Good Friday off, but because I requested the following weekend off, I decided not to also take Good Friday off. Although that being said, I did tell my team on Monday that if the weather was nice tomorrow, then I was going to reserve the right to maybe take tomorrow afternoon off, but unfortunately the weather is not forecast to be nice tomorrow. So... I got a few things I really need to do around the house outside. And if the weather was going to be nice tomorrow afternoon, I was going to maybe try to do a few of them tomorrow, but it's supposed to be rainy, and that's no good for what I need to do, so. But yeah, Easter Monday, though, I can't say that I've heard that be a holiday in the U.S. Good Friday, I think it depends. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yep, in the U.S., it's not a mandatory holiday. I'm not even sure it's a bank holiday, although it might be. Actually, you know, it might be a... You know, come to think of it, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if the post office... Actually... Oh yeah, we haven't even gotten to summer, and it has been so rainy, and yet for some reason the news today was saying that we were in drought conditions, but we've had so much rain recently. I was kind of thinking to myself, how can we be in drought conditions if it's been so rainy? In fact, it's been so rainy, I think my yard is still mushy in spots. And the weatherman was saying we're in drought conditions. Okay, how does that work? All I can think of is that, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder how they determine that. In fact, I think I've been told before how you can be in a drought and how it can be so rainy and yet you're still in a drought, and it, well, I guess made some sense. Yeah, no, it's just sometimes how they define things is weird. But yeah, I'm of the opinion, if my yard is so mushy that I have to tread carefully because there are spots where it's like really mushy, I don't think we're in a drought. All right, so this is the power supply. I'm not really sure. It could be something to do with reservoir levels, but I sure thought the last time I drove past the reservoir, it looked pretty full. Then then again, maybe the reservoir wasn't as full as I thought it was. All right, so what I'd like to do, and this looks like it's not going to be easy. I'd kind of like to get this heat sink off. So I can see what the components are under it, and it looks like it is soldered at 3 places. 1, 2. Let me see here. So 1, 2. 1, 2. And I'm thinking, yeah, that must be the third one right there. So if I can desolder that and remove the 3 nuts, then at least I can see what the components are under this heatsink. And this component here, though, I think it's just a clip. There we go. There's one side of the clip disengaged. Just trying to see what these components are. All right, so at least I got this clip off. Of course, the fun thing is probably going to be to maneuver it out. There we go. I just want to see what that component is there. I'm just trying to look for any signs that one of these components is damaged. All right, so that looks like it's a transistor. I think it says K1841 on it. K1341. It's marked as a transistor on the board, so that does kind of seem like that might be the main switching transistor for the power supply. So that component is suspect. Although let me just check something here before I get too far ahead of myself. Let me make sure I didn't put any of these capacitors on backwards. Okay, so these are electrolytics, so the stripe is negative. All right, so it looks like, as far as I can tell, I put all the capacitors on correct way. Okay, so one component okay, so I'm looking at this board. Okay, so in looking at this board, there are a few things I'd see. This transistor looks pretty toasty. I think even before I take the transistor off, I think it will behoove me to at least remove that transistor. So let me see if I can tell which 2 pins it is. So there's that capacitor. So I think that resistor is going to be these 2 pins here, maybe? Yeah, that makes the most sense. Okay, I'm going to try to remove this resistor just so I can inspect it. because it looks like it's quite baked. I mean, I don't know if a baked transistor or baked resistor is enough to. Well, I don't know if the fact that it just looks baked is enough to indicate that it's bad, but well, considering it's baked enough that the heat shrink tubing that is around the resistor is starting to chip. Ah, there we go. I think I almost got it. One of the there we go. It's desoldered. There we go. The leads were bent. So anyways, what I noticed is when I was I guess when I was replacing the capacitors, that part of the heat shrink had kind of worn away. But did it wear away or did it like blow away? So I think what I'm going to do, because if this resistor is actually fine, then I can always replace the heat shrink tubing. Let me see if I can get this heat shrink off so I can inspect the capacitor, or this resistor. Because if it's good, well, I want to see if I can... Well, I guess I could have measured it, but I don't know what value it should be. So in order to test to see if it's good, I need to take it out so I can try to read the markings. If it's not good, I need to try to read the markings so I know what to replace it with. I can always replace the heat shrink tubing. Could also be that just the heat shrink tubing became brittle over time, and yeah, I don't think the resistors... Okay, the resistor does not look physically damaged. It looks like the code on it is... I can't tell if it's brown, orange, red, brown, orange. Well, on camera it kind of looks like red, brown, orange, gold. Red, but it could also be brown, orange, gold. I can't tell. It's... The markings have degraded over time. Probably because it's run warm. Okay. Let me see what it reads as, and I'll sanity check the code. Okay, so it's reading as 21.33. All right, so let me see what... All right, let me see what the code... See if I can tell what the code should be. Just give me one moment while I try to find the app on my phone. There we go. All right, component values, resistor codes. So, all right, if it is red, brown, orange, gold, it's 21 k ohms. That doesn't make sense. That sure looks like a power resistor. Oh, 21.29 k ohms. Red, brown, orange, gold. Yeah, I could have used a multimeter, but the thing is, I wanted to make sure it was actually... I don't know what the correct value is. Well, 21 k ohm power resistor. Okay, well, all right, for the moment, at least until I have data to prove that the code is not red, brown, orange, gold. I mean, the one band... Although that honestly look under a bright light, it looks like brown, brown, orange, gold. So brown, brown, orange, gold is 11 k ohms. So that must, well, all right. Let me put it under the microscope. I'm about to wrap the stream because it's midnight here. I don't think I'm going to be able to solve too many more mysteries. Although maybe this is a good concluding question, and I might have to just get a better picture of it and see what people think on social media. Well, actually, under the microscope, maybe it is... I mean, that one stripe is definitely gold. That is definitely a gold stripe. And I'm fairly certain that's orange. But depending on how I turn the resistor, this top stripe looks red sometimes. Like right there, it looks more red. But if I turn this around where you can see both these stripes, it looks brown. And the problem is I don't know what value it should be. I mean, it doesn't look physically damaged. This looks like it's run hot. Although I'm going to have to say maybe that is red, brown, orange, gold. Yeah, that's a tough one. Because if that's brown, brown, orange, gold, then it has twice the resistance that it should, basically. But if it's red, brown, orange, gold, it's the correct value. But would that resistor there, of course, the thing is, that is definitely a power resistor. That's an awfully high resistance for, I mean, I guess. But the true question is, I don't know. This is a tough one. I may have to... I may just have to take that resistor into work. I got a coworker that might can off. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take that resistor to work. I've got a coworker that I'll ask him his opinion on, is that red, brown, orange, gold, or is that brown, orange, gold? And I'll see if I can't take a guess as to what part of the power supply that's in to ask him if being off by a factor of 2 would be enough to throw it off at that point of the power supply. Because I'm actually kind of looking at these two components here. But I think it might just be potting glue down in the heat shrink tubing. These look like ceramic caps. But then again, the component is marked Z. And so those aren't actually capacitors. I may have to remove those off the board because I can't really see them. But I don't know that the problems, but I don't know that the problem's this high voltage board because I get standby voltage. So I'm kind of inclined to think the problem's actually in this low voltage board, but I really wanted to check this resistor. It looked like it had baked. So anyways, I think that's where I'm gonna leave this mystery off, is what is the actual value this resistor should be? And is it enough to throw off the power supply? So yeah, there's the mystery. So anyways, I guess let me turn off my soldering iron before I forget. So anyways, with that mystery, I think that's where I'm going to call the stream because it is a little past midnight. So definitely, if you want to get further updates on the Performa 600, including did I recap the logic board correctly? Did I recap the CD-ROM drive correctly? What speed is that Daystar Turbo040, and does it have an FPU? Make sure you subscribe and smash that like button so that YouTube knows you like content like this. And why not share this video on social media? Because that also helps the channel too. And I guess finally, don't forget it is April 2. So if you are an Apple II fan and you are a content creator, then, well, maybe consider making a video or a blog post or photography or something on Apple II computers. It could be the Apple II, Apple II Plus, Apple IIe, Apple IIc, Apple II GS, Apple IIe card for the LC series. Don't have an actual Apple II, an emulator, or if you've got one of the clones, which none of them were authorized clones of the Apple II, so Laser, Franklin, more obscure ones. Hey, they're all part of the Apple II family, whether Apple approved it or not. So yeah, make your content, tag it April 2, and it's on YouTube. We got the official playlist. If you post it to like Twitter or Mastodon, well, I've got the official accounts. I periodically search for the hashtags, and I'll retweet on Twitter and retweet on Mastodon. Just make sure you tag it, hashtag April2. That's APPRIL and then the numeral 2, because social media sites don't let you put square brackets in a hashtag or in a username, or I guess the display name, or for that matter, in the description. Thanks, Twitter. So anyways, yes, hope to see your cool April 2 content. I've got some in, well, I would say in the pipeline, but that would imply I've already started filming it. I have some ideas that I'm going to pivot to this month to try to at least get some out. And hope to see yours. Hope to see you here next time. Guess it's now time to make sure my finger is on the correct button. So take care, happy retro computing, and I hope to see you next time. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.